Hello. There we go. Why are we poor? Oh, we got like a weak signal here. What's going on here? Whatever. Why is this not working properly? What does this reset do? This will end all your streams. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. Hey, good morning. Wow, the signal was poor, and then as soon as you type something, it just went to excellent. Awesome. Awesome. Happy to have you, Digital. How we doing? Good morning. Good morning. There's oil in them there hills. That's it. Digital shows up. He brings the party with him, boys and girls. Oh, man, look at that. Look at that. And these damn Canadians over here doing some offerings. Got some stocks taking a hit. Well, it's like we say, you know, people, the average person gets emotional. The average person just buys. They don't do a lot of due diligence. They see the stock go down, they get emotional, they don't know what to do. It's unfortunate, really. Oh yeah, awesome, awesome. Hopefully, probably just gonna be short-lived, and before you know it, you should be green. Look at that. Barely down over here. I mean, we're barely down. For a stock like this, 10% is nothing. Xbot CEO having an X-Space call at 11. Okay, thank you for the heads up. Lucio, good morning, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Look at that. Did a little offering, tanked. Look at that. Right to the line. Right? People ask me, oh, how do you look at all these trend lines? Because I have the mind of a champion. So it comes right down here to the previous line, pops back above this line, and is now hanging out. So that means it's probably only a matter of time before it gets back here, and then it goes here. In my opinion. There's oil in them there hills. Hopefully Joe wakes up and joins us soon. I believe he's like the only person who listened to me with calls on oil for some reason. People are in here, they show up when their stock goes down. They're looking for answers. Oh, why is this down? What happened? But then when something works out, nobody's around. Nobody had cash to buy it. Oh, you talked about oil? When was that? Yeah. I'm telling you, man. Like I said, we got, you guys who are always here. Digital, Lucio, frickin' who? Killian, Deli Bob. Like, you guys who take it more seriously. And again, even if you don't run trades every day, you check in, you see what's going on, how we doing, how's everything looking. Like, you actually give a crap. And I'm honestly about to take, like, the 10, 15 of us and just move to a different Discord. I'm not even joking. I'd rather have 10 people who listen than 250 who are just biding their time. Killian, good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's just pointless, honestly. And I'm always repeating myself to these people, and the average person doesn't come in the stream, and they don't even watch the recap videos I make, and then the next day they'll ask me, oh, what's going on with MBot? When I just spoke about it on stream, I just did a freaking recap video. I mean, it's literally pointless. It's literally, I'm literally about to just ignore the bulk of this Discord. And like I said, the 10, 20 of you who are always in here, who actually take it serious, if you have any questions or you want to know anything, you could just message me directly. I'll just talk to you privately. I mean, it's literally becoming pointless. It's breaking my heart, too. Especially with how many good calls we've made. And again, the fact that there's like 10 of you who are trying to take it seriously. It's just sad. It's just sad. And I hate repeating myself. And the fact that I have to do it all the time is really starting to piss me off. Look at IBM. What'd I say? What'd I say? What did I say? This is why I say, man, again, people are like, oh, why don't you have money, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you don't want me to have money. Especially with how quick some of the calls work out that I talk about. I mean, you know, if I had 6 figures to really take advantage of a lot of these shares, if I wasn't restricted with my liquidity, if I wasn't restricted with day trades, do you have any idea how much money I'd be making daily? Even something like that. Even something like this. I promise you, on this dip, I would have bought IBM calls at the open. I promise you. I promise you. And look. It's like I always say, bro, shit's easy. Shit's easy. People just don't want to take it serious. They don't want to pay attention. Had frickin' oil rebound from 57. It's almost back up to 62 a barrel. I mean, we're talking like, what, an 8, almost 10% move in oil just over the last couple of days. Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. I ain't teaching people a fucking thing. And like I said, bro, I was holding everyone's hand for, what, over 3 years, bro. Over 3 years. There is not one person in the YouTube stratosphere that does that. They all immediately start trying to push their Discord so they can charge you in there. They want to sell their courses. They want to sell their books. And I'm getting a phone call. Unbelievable. Look at that. They beat earnings and they went down. I used to do earnings hunts like that. I would look for a company like an IBM, right? I would see where they were, how much they just dropped them down. I would check the numbers. If the numbers really weren't that bad and I felt they were down for no reason, I would scoop up the calls on the stock that they brought down. And whether it's, you know, a few hours later or even a few days later, more times than not, they would rebound the stock. And that's what I mean. It's like there's so many strategies to make easy money out there. Stable, easy money. But nobody cares. Nobody cares. Right? We're in here picking winners every day. I'm streaming 4, 5, 6 hours straight a day. Look, we only got 5 people in here. I mean, it's just embarrassing. Cole Baker, out from the woodwork. You bought this IBM? What happened? Baby, I love you. Uh, what's this one doing? Hi, little bounce back. I've been talking about BB for how long? I think like Nick is the only one who bought it. Thousands of subscribers, 250 people in the Discord, and we got one person who bought the stock. What a joke. Here we go, Draft King. Here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're both awesome. I love both of you. Fantastic. if there was anyone who bought BB, I would have assumed it was you guys. All right? I'll give you that much. I will give you that much. Because, you know, you guys actually give a shit. Look at oil. I was teaching school. Yeah, who needs it? It's funny, I remember growing up, like I said, I'm pretty much a 90s kid, but I remember growing up like in the 90s, early 2000s, right? And you'd always see people, oh, stay in school. You gotta stay in school, kids. And now it's funny because you got people coming out saying, school is terrible. Take your kids out of school. Homeschool them if you can. Ah, it's funny. So if you got involved into oil in any way, you are up. See how the dollar's doing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Looks like it's going to go higher, actually. Yeah, let me check these trend lines. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, we're on our way almost back to 100. They might bounce at a full point. They might bring the dollar right back to 100. And again, you know, it's been really weird because technically the rule used to be dollar goes up, stocks go down because it's more expensive for foreign investors to, you know, with the exchange rate into dollars to buy shares. So the theory was if it's more expensive for dollars, then, you know, the foreign investors are able to buy less, right? So they would bring the stock down, which kind of makes sense. But now it really seems like, especially the S&P, has been moving with the dollar, which is kind of throwing me for a loop. So, I mean, you know, in old school theory, if we see the dollar coming up, then I would say index puts. But if we're moving together, then if the dollar's going up, then it's going to be SPY calls, QQQ calls. But I don't know. I don't buy it. Oil should have been a gimme. Oil settled around 65, 70 a barrel. Yeah, well, that's why I believe usually they try to keep it above 60 or something. I don't remember what the figure is, but if it's like, you know, if it dips below like 58 or like 60, then like the extractors are kind of like break even kind of. So that's why like the higher oil is, obviously the, you know, the more money they make, the more they can pay the workers and the more wells they can dig and everything. So yeah, no, yeah, those shows are awesome. Yeah, I think that was the clip I saw. Yeah, was from that show. But it's true, right? It's true. And that's why, again, yeah, I kind of agree with you. It was basically a gimme. Looking at the price, looking at the chart, again, right? We were talking about the premature break. And I knew the rebound was going to happen. And that's why, like, even this was almost guaranteed, in my opinion. Was almost guaranteed. This is just extra now, right? It's just even better. But, I mean, yeah, it really was a layup. And whether you bought short term or long term, it didn't matter, right? I mean, you made the right call. We were looking at the right thing at the right time. I don't know. Like I said, you know, I'm happy that some people jumped in, but, you know, 3 or 4 of you, should be 30, 40. Well, I have no idea what these people are doing. Hey, Deli, who's who, baby? Who's who? We gotta educate these fools. DraftKings should do a little U-turn here. Little U-turn. Dow is now red. 10-year back up above 4% now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust this right now. I don't know. I don't know about that one. ExxonMobil should technically be up even more. Bitcoin hanging around. Playing with that line. Yep. Right back up. We go down. We go up. Hmm. HGRAF back up to 206.5 already. If you recall, our buddy Nick was telling us 210 was a key level. DraftKings calls, baby. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Glad it worked out. Approaching 62. Yeah, if I recall back in like 2016, 2018, right, like the Trump years, the trading was kind of difficult at times because he'll even if he doesn't do it, right? Because he doesn't go through with it, all the random shit he talks about, but just him mentioning things would start to create volatility, and that's what I mean. If he came out right now and he's like, oh, I don't know, like, the sports betting is not a good thing. It's like, DraftKings will probably drop like 7-10% immediately just because he said that, right? He didn't even do anything, just because he said it. So that's why the trading could be very difficult, even though it's easy, just because of how quickly everything could turn on a dime. Which is why, again, like the DraftKings calls, right? Like Nick was in here yesterday, like, oh, I got, some calls for this Friday. What do you think? Do I hold? Do I sell some? And that's why I said, like, it was good timing. The calls were up like 200%. And I literally said, tomorrow, which is today, you could see it down slightly. And that would just screw everything up, and take some profits away. And the theta would start to eat away. And you're better off securing some profits yesterday and just hold a few if you want. And look how perfectly that worked out, right? Unless he logged in right here, you know what I mean? Unless he logged in right here and was able to get a higher fill in this minute, then we made the right call. Hey, Eugene, how you doing, brother? See, something like DraftKings, in my opinion, right? They keep right? Like they popped it, but then like they dropped it right away. And even we were watching it in the afternoon, right? And it tested the resistance. And you can see here today too, like right at the open, technically yet above that line again. And you can see, look, the rejection, right? The rejection, but it's curling. Something like DraftKings, in my opinion, they know they have to take it higher. And now what they're doing is, again, personally, I feel they are just teasing and playing with basically us, right? The weekly traders who don't have much money, who are trying to time some calls and some puts on some swings up and down. They're teasing us. But in general, it has to go up. That's how I'm looking at it. So those of you, I know people mentioned, oh, I bought calls like 6 months out. Oh, I bought some shares actually. Those people should be more than fine. But the traders, again, like this week, where you have a break even or a slight profit on some DraftKings calls, you might want to lock it in this week. Because chances are these weeklies are going to continue to get teased and played with. And probably something like the following weeklies will be much easier for you to make profits on. Because Monday, Tuesday, they'll pop it, whatever, to 36, right? And then all of a sudden those calls are up nicely because you bought them when it was low and now it's up. That's how it works, man. Tails all this time. HGRAF beat down. Raised capital, diluted shares. Yeah, we spoke about that in the Discord. It didn't seem like it was a big deal because it didn't look like a lot of shares. Even if you are down on a call or a put, would you still close it out, even if down 50%? Put on short expiration. Put was cheap. So it was $49. On what? DraftKings? You bought a put? What are we talking about? But yeah, I mean, you know, it sucks to take losses, 30, 50% losses if the play doesn't work out, but getting back a few dollars, right, and having a little bit more cash on hand is better than watching it go to zero. I'm assuming you bought a 34 put. Oh, right, yeah, right. You straddled it, right. Honestly, for now, just hang on. If it was me, I would just hang on for right now. Just because they're keeping DraftKings quiet. And even though markets are up, again, we were talking about... Oh, actually, we just saw the dollar break. I'm just concerned that, you know, they keep markets green all day and they act like everything's fine. But as we inch up the dollar and then at like 3 in the afternoon, that's when they'll tank everything, right? We've seen something like that before. So I would say, in my opinion, maybe close it out before the end of the day, but perhaps not right at this moment. Okay, put expire. Oh, it's for next week. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, they could break it back down. Yeah, I'd hang on maybe just for a day or two, and I'd wait to see if they reverse markets or we have like a big red day, because then you know you might see like a drop and then like a rebound, so your put might might turn out to be a smaller loss maybe. So just kind of hang on. My opinion, that's how I would play it. CEO contradicted a statement regarding dilution. CEO also indicated listing NASDAQ is now optional. Yeah, because, you know, well, in my opinion, the uplisting to a major exchange like NASDAQ, New York, that helps the big boys more than the company, right? And I know, I mean, technically it does help the company, right? Because then you're going to have all these mutual funds, all these hedge funds are going to be like, oh, this company just got listed on the NASDAQ. We're going to buy some for our fund, right? So the volume, the attention, you get more of that when you're listed on a major exchange. However, I really don't think it matters where they're listed. Whether they stay on the OTC here in the States, whether they do end up on the NASDAQ, I really don't think it matters. So that's my personal perspective when talking about the NASDAQ uplisting. The dilution is interesting. The dilution is interesting. I don't remember how much cash they had on hand. And how much cash they have now. I don't, I should probably read that article. How about that? How about I do that? 20 million? Oh, yeah, whatever. Today announced launch a brokered private placement of up to 6.9 million units, we'll call it. Price of $2.90 per unit, which is where the stock is now, Canadian. For gross proceeds up to $20 million. The life offering. The life offering is being conducted pursuant to the listed issuer financing exemption under Part 5A of National Instrument Prospectus exemptions as amended. So this may have been mentioned in the prospectus. We'd have to go back and look. Each unit shall be comprised of 1 common share and 1/2 of 1 common share purchase warrant. Okay, very nice. Purchase one additional common share at a price of $3.50 Canadian, representing a 20% premium to the unit price for a period of 36 months. Phew! Unit price will be $2.90 if at any time following the closing date of the offering, daily volume weighted average trading price of common share exceeds or equals a price that is 100% above warrant exercise price for 10 consecutive days. The company may, at its discretion, accelerate the expiry date by giving... Wow. Okay, very nice, very nice. Okay. Okay, company intends to grant the agents a cash commission equals 6% per warrant. Damn, might have to go back to the firm, buddy. 6%? 6% commish? Broker warrants equal to 6% of the total. Oh, man. I'd be freaking going wild right now on the phone. Are you kidding me? I don't know. It doesn't seem like an issue. It doesn't seem like a lot of money. Closing date expected on or about November 4th. What's that? That's all it says. We sold out all their warrants. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, we'd have to go back. Perhaps we missed... Perhaps we missed something, again, a while back that they spoke about doing something like this, you know, in the future. I mean, you know, I'll say my bad, but also at the same time, stock's still up like 2,000%, so I don't know. Can't really get upset. And again, 20 mil, I mean, that's not a lot of money, right? You and I both know that. Especially when we're talking about the, you know, the potential scale of orders and revenue and growth that could really be coming into this company. 20 mil? Eh. Hey, Evan, good afternoon. It was like 2-3 million. Maybe she needed more money to build more machines in the new building. Yeah, no, it happens. It happens. And like we always say, right, when these companies see that now all of a sudden they're popular, people are talking about them, the stock is up, you know, 500%, 1,000%, that's when they'll do a small offering. Because again, even though it looks bad and it's technically dilution, remember this also, the fact that the stock price is now so much higher. If they wanted 20 million, they're now able to issue many less shares to get the 20 million. Hey, Dead Red, how we doing, brother? I know a couple people just showed up. I was actually about to stretch my legs and get more coffee. Coffee time. Freaking oil, man. My goodness. All right, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back in action. What's going on? Yeah, minimal offering. Moneymaker stocks only go up. Hey, what do you say, Keith? Aussie Cola, how we doing? Binance, what is this? President Trump pardons Binance founder? Jeff King Lil Pop when I was away. Hey, when you step away, the mice will play. We're on the up and up. Yield staying up. CCO hanging out. PM with a phenomenal comeback again. See, this is what I mean. Slow and steady, under the radar, no one paying attention, right? Stock dropped after earnings. It was what, like 148, 149 just the other day. It's back up to 157 already. I mean, this is what I mean. This is, look at IBM. IBM was down 5.5%. What did I say? Stock should be up. I'd be a buyer. We're down 1% now. We went from 263 to 283 today. Today. It's been less than 3 hours. I'm telling you, I know what I know. Your F-King. King. And someone's out with the leaf blower again. I can't. Oh, I can't. Yeah, look, I'm watching the mic. It's picking that up. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh. Yeah, bro, it's literally, it's gray as heck outside. It's probably going to be raining. Got like 20, 30 mile an hour winds, you know, and the guy's out there fighting to push frickin' 3 leaves into a corner. I tell you, man, you can't fix stupid, I tell you. Emba. Yeah, so we technically dropped out of this wedge, but... Look, he's still going. Look, he's still going. Oh, my goodness. I'm telling you, I'm convinced that they're paying that guy by the leaf. I'm convinced. And go outside and like throw a rock at him and just run back inside. My look, guy doesn't even speak English. I'm curious as to what is taking so long. F King coming down, going up. Coming down, going up. Yes, I do. Frickin' Evans more active than Cole. Kid's been in here for 2 years. Sad. Now, you know what they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him giddy up. DraftKings calls, in my opinion. DraftKings calls. 35s this week. Shit, you can buy calls for next week. Hell, even the week after. Approaching 62 again. Looking for the DraftKings bounce. Little U-turn. Looking for a little U-turn here. Let's check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How's the meme stock doing? This stock sucks. Okay, random symbol. I assume you own this? As you just randomly mentioned it? I don't know, if cash keeps dropping, looks like an offering might be coming soon. It's not that bad. Obviously, you don't buy it now, but it's not that bad. Happy it's doing well for you. Intel calls. Hey, back up. We're on the up and up. Nah, you missed USO. It might be down tomorrow. No, not necessarily. Hey, listen, brother, I appreciate your moxie, your tenacity. The problem is it was a buy a couple days ago, right? And now that it worked out, everyone's like, "Oh, is it a buy? What's going on?" It's like, listen, the play was the play. You missed it, right? You were over there, I don't know, fiddling your thumbs or whatever the hell. And there you go. Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. La 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 la. Yep. Watching grass grow. Oh, how many day trades left over here? Let's see. Uh, hmm. Have those already? Oh no, I had 34s. Ha ha! I had 34s and I just bought some 35s. I'm gonna get me some 35s. And you're the reason why. Alright, fine. Yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah. Trying to make money over here. But that's okay. USO follows US oil, so I just watch US oil, but here is USO. I don't remember what trend lines I had. There you go. So you're looking, you need this. Yeah, you were right. That's resistance. But you just had a gap down and then a gap up right through this range here. So that's what I'm saying. We could reject and do that and then bounce. Like I said, I love you, but you're a little late. Oil rebounded about 10% just in the last couple of days. Oh, see that? Do you see? Listen, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is what I mean. The play is the play, and then after it happens, people want to reevaluate and reconsider, and I don't know what to tell you. Just buy more DraftKings calls, bro. Stop making your life difficult. Well, like, listen, I get it. You seeing it run. Do you want to go along for the ride? Like, I understand. But also at the same time, it's kind of up in the air, right? So the trade doesn't have high conviction. I personally think DraftKings calls should be working out here very soon. I owned 34 calls for this week, and I just bought a few 35 calls for this Friday because I'm an animal. Got to be in it to win it, baby. Got to be in it to win it. If you have high conviction and you know what you know, then the value of the trade is insignificant. We got to go at least right back to here, 3480. Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. Markets staying up. In other news, that schmuck finally put away his leaf blower. Oh, Tesla Green! Ah! Tesla Green! Yep. Okay, so even if you went in heavy and you wanted to be conservative, the calls are already up 10-12%. So there you go. I'm gonna go see a man about a horse. I'll be right back. Alright, back in action. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Look at that drop from nonsense. Do like one of these, eh? Yep. Yep. And Tesla up 1%. Oil. Oil. IBM only down 1%. Oil 62. Going on in the Discord. Nothing. Beautiful. Beautiful. By the way I try to say I'll be there, waiting her. Yeah, yabba dabba doo. That's why we were talking about 40. Uh-huh. 37.5. 37.5 or 36? 856. They try to bounce it tomorrow. Do they bounce it tomorrow? Huh. My goodness. Well, what happened? See what I mean? Dollar was steadily climbing. We have a random big drop. All of a sudden, we're running into some volatility here. If we do that, do that, do that. Yeah, yeah. Tesla now up 2%. My goodness. Stock has rebounded 30 points. Up over 2% now. After being down after earnings. We are now up. We are now up. So it was a wild ride. They may still be down, but the Tesla calls I mentioned may not have been a complete waste. Holy cow. Now that's a rebound. Alright, brother. Anytime. Have a good day. Fucking Tesla is just going. Look at this. Approaching 450. Damn. Damn. Get oil holding 4%. Bitcoin's been kind of holding like 110K. DraftKings staying up, just slow, steady. SB chilling. PM 158. Oh. Never trust a quiet guy in the room. I still say Disney puts, but they did just get that upgrade. Meh. Meh. Mm-hmm. Oh, he turned the dial. He's tuned back in. If you are just joining us, Tesla is a beast. I think it wants to go higher. The revenue was impressive. I can't lie. That's why I thought it was actually going to like hold or react positively. Because it's Tesla. But yeah, they brought it down and I was like, ah, crap. And now all of a sudden you're up freaking 10 points from yesterday's close. It's insane. Look at IBM. Almost back to flat. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong day. It's so choppy, though. Look, you got this little gap. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong... Yeah. No wonder it didn't look right. Look at that. Look at that. Look, with the topping. You got the topping. You got the ascending triangle forming. So it's going to pop up. It's going to go 287. You can literally still buy IBM calls. I think the issue is I know they're a little bit more expensive than other stocks. But, I mean, it's technically going higher. Both of those names rebounding very nicely coming out of earnings. A dip and then an insta rebound. See, we were climbing up, looked like we were wedging, had some tightening taking place, had a break, climb right back up, straight 6, 7 green candles, right back to the moving average. Yep, now we chill, take a breather on the moving average, and then we're going to bounce, and we should make a higher high right here, 3480. Frickin' oil, man. I mean, did I say USO calls, or did I say USO calls? Cole Baker, DraftKings calls. Calling Cole Baker. Attention. Attention all young Asian entrepreneurs or whatever the fuck you told me you're doing over there. DraftKings calls, in my opinion. Wow, look at digital being a Weisenheimer. You're Weisenheimer. Where are my boys? Where's Lucio? Get some DraftKings calls. Joey Bag of Donuts is like asleep, I think. Poor guy's working night shifts. Misses like half the day. Right? That's what I mean. That's a grinder, right? My man got moved on the night shift. He's sleeping half the freaking market, but he gets up. He's still in here seeing what's going on. He's trying to run trades. He's listening to the breakdowns. That's what I mean. Either you're in it to win it, or you're honestly just taking up space. Look at him. DraftKings calls secure. Look for a little bounce here. Need a little wind here. Bum 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 bum. Ubo. Like moving so slow. I'm telling you, man, in my opinion, they're waiting to explode it, right? They're waiting to explode it. So, within like the next hour or so, hopefully it just continues to slowly tick higher. So anyone who bought like this Friday calls, hopefully you can flip it if you want. You can make a couple of bucks, right? Secure some profits. But I still think even if they keep teasing it and keep it flat kind of going into tomorrow, I still really believe that like Monday, Tuesday, like they're going to pop it. They're going to pop it back to like 37, 38. I'm telling you. So whether you're doing like short term or like really short term, like it's coming. And again, this is supposedly was kind of like the missing link of DraftKings, was this kind of prediction market software. That's what a lot of people were saying. And that's why supposedly, some people were kind of like on DraftKings, but they were much more bullish on some of the other sports betting companies. So that's why initially when they made this acquisition announcement, we saw the pop in the stock, right? It went to what, like 36.40 or some shit. So that's why I say they can try to mess with it. And with the calls for this week, we can take profits where we can, hopefully soon. But I still say in general, they're going to bring this back up. I think they were doing this consolidation right before earnings, then 40. Yeah, no, again, like I said, before it was announced that this other company randomly started doing parlays, the stock was chilling at 42, 43. They broke this down 10 points, roughly 25% in value, just because some other place started doing parlays. I mean, think about that. And then, as they get beaten up, we get the big piece of news. Right? It's almost like they were chilling, everything was fine, then the announcement came, and then like here, the freaking CEO said, all right, you really want to play that game? No problem. Get me blah, blah, blah's number. Get me this guy's number. I'm going to make a couple of phone calls here. And then we come back, a week and a half later. Oh, yeah, boom, we just bought this company. So believe it or not, this immediate negative that cost me money also because I tried to time calls and it kept dropping. But this immediate negative may have actually ignited the flame for the main driving catalyst to bring this back up to, as Digital said, back to 40, no problem. But I think 50. I think 50. I mean, even shares here, what? We're talking about 15 points on a $35 stock. What's that, like 40%? I'll see you 60, 70. How about that? Good times, good times. Market staying up. Everything's just moving along. IBM again, we're seeing IBM rebounding after earnings. PM slowly inching back up. I mean, they dropped it again back into the 140s. It's just slowly inching its way back up to where it was. LAC, I do believe, again, eventually gets back to the 9s and the 10s. So, of course, it could go down before it goes up, but that would still be 50% return from here. Fubo, again, we're waiting hopefully for the regulatory approval for the Disney taking a stake and merging it with Hulu or whatever the hell they're trying to do. And hopefully that'll pop that back up to 6, 7. Rivian, I do think goes lower. I know it's been dancing around like that long-term triangle we were looking at, but I don't know. It really should break back down to like 11, 10. They're struggling. As much as they want to act like everything's all right, they're struggling. And we notice that's the biggest problem with the EV companies, right? But I still say, honestly, the issue is, I mean, Tesla, again, you know, they went through the ringer for years. He was fighting for regulatory approval to put the EVs on the road and stuff, right? So it wasn't like immediate right out of the gate. And I think the big problem with all these other EV stocks, the ones that we looked at 1-2 years ago that are now, you know, went bankrupt and got delisted. Lordstown Motors, right? You got Fisker, there's freaking Neo, and you got Rivian, and the big problem is, I think that they kind of got to set themselves up. Like, you got to get the investors pre-market. You can't just go public just because you can. That's the issue. You have to get investors pre-market. And you have to pretty much get like full approval and bring a model to market. Because going public and still needing 2, 3, 4 years, that's not good. That's not helping anyone. Because anyone who wants an EV is just going to go to Tesla or some other company that already is making them. You know what I'm saying? So you need to already be established. And then if you want to go public and raise funds that way, what you can do is you could do it purely for commercialization, right? Because then you can go public and you can say, yeah, listen, EV company, you know, we do it better than the guy on the left and the right of us. And all we need is, you know, X amount of money, and we're going to build a facility and start pumping out these cars like an animal. Because you'll have the demand. You'll have, like, the back order. I don't know. At the end of the day, everyone's just a greedy POS, so no one does anything right anymore with these companies and these businesses. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Alright, you guys watch DraftKings. I'll be right back 1 sec. How much is that dog in the window? Wow. Hey, Joey, how we doing, buddy? Good morning, good morning. Afternoon, whatever. Look at that. Was 158, down 15 points on earnings. Right back up. Can't keep a good man down. This looks like it's going higher. Disney, you suck. How about that oil, Joey? How about that oil? Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Kaboom! Come on, show me some kaboom. $34.80. Come on. Come on. I'm curious. What's sound doing today? Oh my goodness. It's just too strong. It's just too strong. Hey, good job, Joe. I'm glad it worked out for you. Oh, changes the name. Market's going up. The dollar staying up above 99. You're very welcome, sir. Wow, this is exhilarating. Old jaw. Here we go, DraftKings. Here we go. Oh, how'd Nook do? Up. Oh, thank you, Killian. It's all about the Xbox, babe. Look at that. Look at that. We have catapulted above this long term. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. On the way to 8. On the way to 8. Nokia. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, we got the volume here, DraftKings. Ah, DraftKings. Green. No. Can't keep a good man down. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd play it because I'm not quite sure if they're gonna pop it back up to the highs or if they're gonna drop it. It looks strong. I mean, we got a lot of earnings this week. Even the stocks that went down came back up. I don't know if I'd bet against it. All right, come on. Let's get some volume in here. Hmm. Uh-huh. Hey, Walmart, what's going on? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Oh! Nah, we had Nokia go up there. Got DraftKings fighting to stay green. Had IBM dip after earnings, almost back to where it was. PM dipped after earnings a few days ago. It's back to where it was. Tesla, same thing. It's higher than where it was, actually. Oil up big. Yeah, they have the brokerages sell the shares. No, no, the offering always comes at a price. That's why they always list the price, issuing X amount of shares at X price. Well, usually an offering comes at a lower price, right? So if a stock is trending upward, and then they offer more shares and dilute the float at a lower price, that brings the stock down usually. So it's not necessarily the shorts that are hitting it. It's the action taken that's hitting it. Yeah, no problem. Good question. DraftKings 34.80 just now. Did I say 34.80? Or did I say 34.80? I think I said 34.80. Looks like we're gonna have to go back and check the tape, Bob. Looking like a lot of green in it. Alright, you guys watch that. I'll be right back. Still playing games, huh? Hmm. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Quiet. Oh, baby. Can't keep a good man down. Eh? Eh? Also, it looked like Bitcoin was... Yeah, see, it's trying to get back above. See that there? Bitcoin back up to 113, and if it spikes up and makes a higher high, right, you're going to like 116. Also, if we back up, we go long term, right? This isn't perfect, but we could do like something like this. There you go, Bitcoin, 160 something thousand. That's obviously for the longer term, but yeah, Bitcoin up 3%, Riot up 10%. That's what I mean. If we pop up again, a couple of thous, might actually help break you back above that trend line. Might actually help catapult you above the trend line. Right? Because we ran up, we hit highs, now we're channeling down, and we pop up. There you go, 30 a share. Yeah, that was last week, but yesterday, 30 a share. When was this? October 10. October 10. So as Bitcoin was up and coming down on the 10th, on the drop, Riot hit highs. Now Bitcoin drops down, Riot's been channeling, consolidating. So now we climb back up, and Riot should break out. Hmm. that I need a backiotomy. Be right back. Yeah, good timing. Close to put on DraftKings, 26% on the day. Let's go. What did I say, right? That's what I said. Just hang on. Just hang on a sec. Outstanding. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. And don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. And don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Wow, you're like a trading machine. Quick 26% though, either way is nice. Very nice. Is nice. Yeah, beautiful. Everything happens for a reason. You've been doing good, bro. We might have to change your name, bro. You might be new nickels now, huh? You're not grabbing pennies anymore. Now you graduated. You're grabbing some nickels out there now. Damn. Up and away. It might be time for a new chair. I don't like this chair anymore. What are all the cool kids using? Up. Up. Hey, Philip. How you doing? The chair budget? Meh. I don't really care. But I don't know if I want to buy like a $500 chair. 13-hour day. God bless. Good for you. Happy to have you. Welcome home. And here we go. Late day rally. Here we go. Pitcher's got a big butt. And New Penny's, he's probably voting for Mom Donnie, this guy. He's always on the bus. Staples, ergonomics, swivel chair. Okay. I appreciate it, Evan. I'll check it out. See, the problem, though, is I'm a little bit taller than the average person. I'm like 6'2", 6'3". So the last time I bought one of those, like, bucket, ergonomical office chairs, it was horrendous. I do remember Cash Cab. That was a great show. Oh, yeah. Good times, man. Good times. Used to have great shows back in the day. Now it's all just annoying people and reality TV. You like watch other people buy shit and go on vacation. Like, who the hell would want to do that? I still to this day cannot comprehend how reality TV is so popular. Yeah, you're better off. Watch the documentaries, learn something. Better off. Can I get another put on DraftKings? Bro, maybe you should step away for a minute, huh? Guys in here trying to swing trade like every 4-cent move. Like, relax. Relax, it's okay. Go grab a Coke and a smile, huh? And I don't know what you're talking about. On the 1 minute, it looks like it's about to pop higher. You're talking about puts. I have no idea where you are right now. Sugar, you lost and confused. What are you, Rain Man over here trying to connect the dots, put the stock on a schedule? It should be 35 plus, right? It should be 35 plus. If you want to frickin' run a quick flip scalp so it can drop 6 cents, go for it. Go for it. Don't let me stop you. Show me DraftKings. Oh, man. You're a character, bro. I don't know. You might be able to make like $6 if it drops 5 cents here. I don't know. Do it. Go for it. Approaching 3 p.m. Ooh. Ooh. Could actually potentially double bottom. Looks like it's wedging. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Wow, he misses it. Oh, it's down 6 cents. Band on the run. Band on the run. Can't believe the stock is just pacing itself all day. I have the power. Hey, Big Lou, how we doing, brother? Good afternoon. All right, could we just hear that like Warren Buffett buy some DraftKings or something? I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Watch, it's gonna pop after hours again. Watch. With this bullshit. I assume that's Trump. Is he supposed to speak? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh man, did anyone talk to him on Truth Social? Anyone feel him out today? How's he doing? Is he in a good mood? Oh man. Oh, not good. Oh my goodness. It is tightening. I mean, you probably could buy SPY puts or VXX calls here. VXX. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? We've been up, we've been doing all right, so now this guy's going to come out an hour before the close and be like, yeah, everything sucks. And all of a sudden, everything goes, beep. I don't know. I just don't trust it. I don't know. UVIX? Let me see. Which one is that? UVIX. Futures. Yeah. It spiked nicely. Just on that just on that few hours of volatility. Ah. Got up to almost 15. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I said VXX over VIX. VXX tracks the volatility of the S&P 500. So right now, right, it looks like we're wedging. So if we're expecting like SPY puts and we can drop, then VXX calls, it's going to be just like the UVIX or the VIX, right? The volatility of the underlying security is going to increase. So that volatility security is going to increase. But at the end of the day, if we see a big drop, it really doesn't matter what the hell you buy, because they're all probably going to go higher. But yeah, that's the difference. They're all connected and react differently. Yeah, good question though. Yeah, we're tightening. We might see a drop here, even if it only lasts like 10, 15 minutes. Like as he's talking or something, you know? And then it'll like find its footing maybe and like just come back up. I don't know. I probably should turn on the TV, try to find this guy. Hold on, give me a sec. Oh. All right. I hate television. The Kelly Clarkson show? I thought she was a singer. She got a talk show? Singing's the opposite of talk. I mean, I could talk. That's what I do. Anybody could talk. What the hell's going on here? I don't even know what channel to put on. Well, I don't know if this is accurate, but apparently this one channel says FBI busts sprawling gambling schemes tied to mafia and NBA players, apparently. Okay. Randomly. Season just started. Now all of a sudden everyone's going to jail. All right. Will CNBC be showing him? Nope. Yeah, they're investing into everything, and like I said, quantum computing still seemed further away than AI. So I'm surprised that announcement even came, man. I mean, all of those quantum computing stocks, I mean, listen, we knew they were going to be good. And again, something like IonQ we were looking at for a while, back at like 12, 16, stock went up to freaking 80 or whatever. But they still need time, and it's unfortunate because now they've been so pumped up. And if the government does start to take a stake in one or two of the companies, the whole sector is going to stay overinflated now. Such a shame. Bad timing. Bad timing by President Trump, in my opinion. And I just don't know what channel it would be on. Aren't there channels that like always talk about Trump? Ugh. Court lets Trump deploy troops to Portland? Okay, yeah, what are they showing me here? White House roundtable on cartel crackdown? Okay. I don't know if that's really going to affect our markets, though. Him talking about... Well, I mean, he's probably going to speak positively about it, right? Like, oh, we've been keeping it in check. We've been taking care of it, blah, blah, blah. So probably going to hear more kind of positive speak than negative speak, in my opinion. If that's the topic of discussion, maybe the ballroom renovations are going swimmingly. I would hope so. I mean, we have to get our priorities in check. So I do hope it's moving along swimmingly. What, some spy puts? Okay, understandable. Understandable. It is tightening. It does look like it wants to drop regardless. Something with Venezuela, yeah. Like I said, supposedly if they're gonna talk about the drug cartel, it was what, isn't it like little boats from yeah, is it Venezuela or Colombia? I know they've just been firing. Yeah, RR, yeah. RR had a pretty nice day. It was just slowly and steadily, look at that. Just rebounding, hung out in the low fives, boom, right up to 5.5. Is that a real trend line? No. So our real trend line is up there at about 6. But again, we came down, like we say, right? Even again, when we first had the pop and the volume from the large retailer, right? We have our big pop, and then we reset. You got to go lower to go higher. Go lower to go high. Go lower to go high. And hopefully this doesn't stop like here and potentially make like a head and shoulder and then come down. Hopefully it continues to bounce and get up and make that higher high. That's what you want to see, right? Because right now it's in this upward stepping channel and you don't want to see it break that pattern. But again, it depends on your financial situation, right? If it drops back down to here and you have cash on hand and you still like the company long term, then something like that wouldn't bother you. If you got in at like $4 and we might start to break down, sub 5, low 4, if you want to secure profits maybe, again, that's your call. If you didn't, if it breaks and you didn't want to hypothetically hold on for, 1 or 2 months, you know what I'm saying? If that happened. That's why when people ask me, oh, should I buy this? When should I sell that? It's like, I need so much information about you. That's why at the end of the day, it's really your call. Yeah, even DraftKings, it's pacing itself. And see, here technically wasn't a higher high, right? This was a lower high, but it keeps making higher lows as it's stepping up. So that's why I think that inevitably it's kind of in this tightening, and it should really have a pop up again, at least back to 35. I mean, even testing the fib. I mean, we're talking what? We're talking like a 1% move, right? We're literally saying like 35 cents. And we're talking 1% little move here. For the short term calls, obviously. Longer term, who gives a shit? Here we go. It is 3:17. I am watching. What channel is this? I don't even know what channel. This is. I'm watching News Nation. Yeah, 10% real quick. Nice, nice. But you have to remember also, right? You got to pay a little bit to buy it, then you got to pay a little bit to sell it. So 10% might really be like 8%. It was good though. It was good though. That's what I mean, especially the rate at which these options move. Just like he said, if you got into here, you saw like a 10-12% move real quick. That's why if you're really dealing with more size and you have liquidity and you're not tied down to X amount of day trades a week, I mean, you can probably run like 20, 30, 50 trades a day, believe it or not, and just kind of make like these micro gains. You'd it would be a rough day though, because you'd have to really stay on top of it all day. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible. 30 plus people charge an alleged NBA case here. Tens of millions of dollars in scheme. Really? Wow, that's racist, bro. You went after the Italians? Chauncey Billups, NBA coach, player arrested. Terry Rozier, and Chauncey Billups, the coach, are being placed on immediate leave from their teams. Holy shit. What the hell? Why would you do that? Ugh. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. Yep, we got Trump speaking. It just said 34 people charged in that NBA scheme apparently. Damn it. Just changed the channel by accident. Let me see if I can find a live stream of this.
All federal, state, and local partners to achieve a national policy goal of eliminating the cartel presence in America once and for all. And the results are, and it's early, and the results are spectacular. Led by ICE and the FBI, this task force includes the Department of Justice, Department of War,
Let me see if I can find a live stream of this. Whoops.
Community, ATF, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals, and the state and local agencies in every part of our country. Other than that, we don't include too many people. That's a hell of a group, isn't it? When you think of it, that's not a group you want against you. Certainly not at one time. In addition to the task force members, we're pleased to be joined by representatives of law enforcement at every level, the highest level actually, but every level, including the national president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Patrick. Yours was Patrick. Patrick, thank you, Patrick, and thank you for the endorsement too. That really hit it off. I would have gotten 98% anyway, but it was still good to have.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Don't forget those things. President of the National Sheriff's Association, Chris West. Chris, thank you, Chris, very much. Great, good job. Major Cities Chief Association Executive Director Laura Cooper. Laura, thank you, Laura, very much. Major County Sheriffs of America Executive Director Megan Nolan. Megan, thank you.
If that's annoying, I can lower it. Just let me know.
President of the National Border Patrol Council, my friend, and a very good speaker, by the way. Whenever he gets up and speaks, I say, that guy can really speak. I don't know, I don't want him to run for office. I want him to stay where he is. Paul Perez. Paul, thank you, Paul. Where's Paul? Hi, Paul. What are you doing up there, Paul? Good job. Good speaker you are, though, Paul. I read it, too. You made some incredible speeches. So, and all from the heart, too, right? Some great ones. Today you'll hear details from my national security and homeland security teams about the extraordinary historic achievements of this new Homeland Security Task Force since it became fully operational.
Earnings? What do we got? Today after the close we got Intel. I would personally buy Intel puts. Deckers we could take a look at maybe. You got Ford. And who you got in the morning? P&G. General Dynamics. They've been doing phenomenal. I spoke about them, of course, in my Trump video at the beginning of the year. There you go. And if we do a year-to-date chart, up, there you go. I guess you should have listened to me. Looking for 12 and a half. Oof. Yeah, they're probably going to beat. Options are probably expensive, though. Who else did we say? Yeah, Intel puts, probably. Possibly. Let me see.
Such as cutting off heads, burning their enemies alive, and burning innocent people alive too, by the way. The cartels control large swaths of territory. They maintain vast arsenals of weapons and soldiers, and they use extortion, murder, kidnapping to exercise political.
And we're looking for
economic control.
13-2.
Joe Biden for allowing that to happen. Biden surrendered he just surrendered our country to the cartels. Don't worry, we're taking it gets better. We're taking it back. It's really fast at levels that nobody's ever seen before. But what we had to put up with, what we inherited, was just a disgrace. And while Biden was president, if he was president, I think the oil Fed was president, not Biden. Nearly 100% of those who infiltrated our southern border did so because they were personally approved. They admitted they were just what happened, assisted by the most dangerous and violent criminal organizations anywhere on the planet. The worst people on the planet they allowed into our beautiful country.
Yeah, I don't know. For earnings, I do think Intel puts.
Treating the cartels as the core national security that they really are. The cartels are
I mean, you could always straddle it.
just as I promised in the campaign, we're waging war on them like they've never seen before. All you have to do is turn on your television and you'll see what's happening to them. Past administrations have tried to mitigate this threat, and our objective is to eliminate it. We're not mitigating, we're eliminating, we're getting them out. The bad ones we're putting in prison. We hate to do that because that means we're stuck with them for 50 years or more. In recent weeks, our Homeland Security Task Force has seized more than 70 tons of deadly narcotics, along with more than 1,000 illegal guns. It's just recently. This is already the most successful anti-cartel and anti-gang operation in American history, and it's just getting started. We have incredible people. A lot of them are in this room with us today, and it's an honor to have them. But we will not stop until the threat has been fully and completely eradicated. I want to thank task force members with us today, including the person who's doing a
California.
fantastic job,
Ugh.
Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Everyone's in California.
Thank you. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth sounds so much better than Secretary of Defense. Do you guys agree with that? It says, you know, we won the First World War, the Second World War. I would say everything before, everything in between. And then we got welfare. We said, well, let's call it defense. I think we like it this way better. You know, it's funny, that's something I thought would be maybe controversial. And it's only controversial that we changed the name in the first place. It's not controversial at all. It's been unbelievably well accepted, Pete. It's pretty amazing. I thought it would be controversial. People want to have our country back. People want to do exactly what we're doing right now. We're getting a lot of credit for it, and we should. I want to thank, though, Pete. You're doing a great job. Pete Hegseth. Secretary of Homeland Security, Christy, thank you very much. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, good job. Now, the heads of all of the law enforcement agencies all throughout the world, really amazing job to provide additional details on our mission. I would like also to ask General Bondi, Secretary Noem, Secretary Hickson, Director Gabbard, Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Stephen, you're such a superstar, Stephen. They called Stephen the other day, a very bad name, and I said, you should sue them, Stephen. I think you will. I hope he does. FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
I mean, this has been raging, but I mean, in the numbers, it's technically a buy, in my opinion. Earnings are such a toss-up. Cut to neutral. Initiated by 102.
They said you couldn't walk it because it was too dangerous, and they're already feeling better about it. But the best example right now is Washington, D.C. We went from one of the most unsafe places in the planet, I hate to say, but in this country, to a totally safe city. Nothing's crime-free, I guess, but this is about as close to crime-free as you're going to get. And you guys have done an incredible job with that. Every one of you have worked so hard on this one, and it's our nation's capital. If people would go to the nation, they go from, I always say, Iowa, Indiana, They go from Florida, they come up, they want to see the monument, I want to see the Lincoln Memorial, I want to see one of the monuments, any one of them, and they go home in a coffin. But not anymore.
Yeah, this stock, in my opinion, is technically undervalued and can keep going. Earnings are a toss-up, but it does look like it's actually flagging. Let me see something.
Restaurants are booming. People are going out. Nobody's being mugged, hit over the head with a baseball bat. None of the stuff is.
Yeah, again, earnings are a toss-up. You could see a drop, but stock's easily worth over 100 in my opinion.
Open borders policy. They came in from jails from all over the world, not just South America, all over the world. Jails.
Maybe another 2 billion. So that's like 1/6. So that's like another 16%. So yeah, like 104, $105 a share maybe, at least. If they beat again.
Chicago, I just saw the number. Last weekend, 4 were murdered, 11 were shot. And then I have this guy, Pritzker's, very weak governor. He's not going to be very nice. He's extremely weak. He's pathetic.
He should be arrested.
Get up and say how great they're doing in Chicago. But they're doing very poorly. So 4 were murdered, 11 were shot. I would say, and that was not a bad week for him. Okay, that was not a bad week. He said somewhere 18 or 19 were murdered. And you know what his excuse was? Yeah, but that was a long weekend. Okay? Can you believe it? He said that was a long weekend. He's bad. And the mayor is worse. I mean, that mayor is worse. Low IQ. Very low IQ. And we don't need low IQ people. We need people that are going to take care. And I love Chicago. And I love those beautiful women. Black women, beautiful women wearing MAGA hats. And they're all over the place in Chicago. They want protection. They don't care if it's the National Guard, if it's the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines. They'll take Space Force, okay? Space Force, send them in. They couldn't. They just don't want to be mugged, killed, raped, shot in the head, and we stop it. So we're gonna.
I'll be right back. Baggage.
These cartels and gangs that we've known for decades, and you declare them to be what they really are, and that's terrorists. You declared war on them, and you didn't say we were just going to fight them. You said we were going to destroy them. And everybody around this table is so honored to be here to work with you to destroy these terrorists. Done just in the September surge. You referenced that earlier. We had over 400 operations that went down in those first 14 days of the Homeland Security Task Force in operations that brought, as Pam referenced, 3,200 terrorists to justice, got them off the streets.
Terrorists.
We also had over precursors and chemicals that were brought in. We've got the work at the southern border. We've got Border Patrol here at the table. Fentanyl has been cut down by 50% coming into this country over our borders. We've continued to work not just nationally, but internationally and on our maritime borders as well.
DraftKings. My puts are up a few bucks. Hey, good job. DraftKings, no. PG, I mean, you could do PG. I don't think it really moves that much after earnings. But you could take a shot. I do think Intel puts, yeah. Frickin' DraftKings, man. Well, buying into earnings. Oh, they're buying. They're buying. Yeah, a little pump, little volume coming in right before earnings. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. And that's the day. Okay. Ah, nice. Very nice. Yep. Yep. Intel, what it beat? 13.65 billion revenue, beating estimates of 13.2 billion. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. All right, brother, have a good day. Wow. Hmm. I kind of felt a lot of this was factored in already, but apparently it was a pretty good quarter for Intel. Well, this is good for longer term shareholders, and obviously for us that rolled the dice on puts, that did not work out too well right now. Wow. Whoa. 905 raises fiscal year 26 revenue profitability outlook. 97 cents. Revenue 905. They were looking for 842. NXT. Big drop, big pop. Sitting there flat after earnings. Alright, Killian, have a good day. And who else we said? General Dynamics, that's tomorrow morning. Intel be pumping. Oh, okay. Yeah, down, little up. We were looking for 35.5 cents roughly. 47.05. 50.5 billion. Wow, really? Wow, pretty good quarter for Ford. 50.5 billion. Not bad. Not too shabby. Stock down about 1.1% right now. After hours action? Nope. Yeah, it's rough. The automakers and stuff. It's rough. Always a very rough business. And your stock goes up and down with oil and interest rates and freaking everything. Monthly delivery numbers. Yep. What did I say? 105, hit 108. Alright. Well, this one didn't work out. The other one did. GD again before market open if you jumped in that one. But as we know, earnings are 100% a gamble. Took a shot and we missed. But we did talk about Intel a while ago for the long term. Excuse me, and you're up now almost 100%, potentially even more than 100% if you added and averaged down in the high teens when it broke 20. So Intel technically having a really good quarter and coming out with some good news right after we got the news of the US taking a stake in it. So technically for the company, good news. For our puts, obviously, not good news. But again, as we know, these things happen. But it was fun. Did about a 5-hour stream today. Had a good day today. Gonna have another good day tomorrow. Close out the week strong. I want to thank everyone for hanging out, showing your support. And I'll see you tomorrow.